Can online people hear me?
Certainly can
Yes.
do.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So we are going to be perhaps 2 to 3 minutes late from our scheduled 9 a.m. start time. People are converging, so bear with us, okay? All right, so good morning on the second day of VCOEG here in Krakow, Poland. We had some really interactive discussions last night, thanks to Mikolai and the local group who offered a good place to socialize. Everybody's settling down. We have a few people already online, so let's get started. Today we have the QAH session, and I will leave it to Miriam to take us through the next. So, Miriam.
Janis.
Yes, so.
Yeah. Just before we start, I was just thinking maybe we should squeeze in maybe tomorrow a small slot discussing next meeting. It could be after the presentation 119, I think.
Okay. Would you mind putting it in the calendar already? And I will announce, and let's announce it. What is the approximate time that you see on the calendar, Cell?
That would be depending on how. I mean, for the meeting. I mean, for the discussion, it will be maybe before maybe 11:30, something like that.
Okay. So again, tomorrow we're gonna slot in a discussion about the next VCOEG meeting at around 11:30, depending on how other presentations go. And thank you, Sel, for keeping us honest here and putting it into the calendar. Anything else before we get started from our remote participants? One kind request I have for everyone who is speaking for the first time and they didn't get a chance to introduce themselves yesterday when we went to roundtable, to please just say your name, where you're from, and very shortly how you're affiliated or interested at VCOEG, okay? So, ready, set, okay, go.
Okay. Thank you, Yanis.
Good morning, everyone. So welcome to AGH session. Today we have only one presentation, and it will maybe be more discussions at the end and brainstorming. I need your feedback from what we proposed. So the work is done mainly by Julien Guérin, and Ahmed actively participated. I think that a lot of you maybe know him. So he's hosted by our labs, by our research team. So today I want to propose a pilot study. So it's a task-based paradigm for segmentation quality assessment of adrenal gland without ground truth. We performed a blind test with the medical expert. Expert one. There is no S. Sorry. No, it doesn't work. Excuse me. Yeah, it's powered on. It was working.
It's just not good in the one.
Okay, thank you. So I will present firstly the context. Why do we need 3D visualization of adrenal gland? How do we perform it? And mainly, how could we validate this segmentation? And I will conclude with some perspective and discussion. So adrenal glands are small endocrine organ that are located above the kidney. Each gland typically measure about 3 to 5 centimeters with a Y or a V-shaped morphology. They play a central role in hormone production. You know, maybe adrenaline, cortisol, noradrenaline, and such hormone very well known. Due to their small size and low contrast and deep anatomical location in the abdomen, the adrenal gland visualization generally requires computed tomography imaging. It's imaging with some X-radiation. What are the challenges with the adrenal lesion? So there are some lesion in adrenal gland that may appear. You have many type of monitoring. So the standard monitoring is they perform some CT scan, and if the attenuation is less than 10 Hounsfield units, generally there is no need to follow up. The problem is with some critical scenarios. For example, in case of hypertension, even a tiny lesion may be clinically significant and require intensive follow-up. The problem with this following up is that is risky and sometimes invasive. So they need to perform repeated CT scan with some product or more invasive venous sampling. This is a bit traumatic. It's invasive and a bit traumatic, which increase patient risk. So why do we need the adrenal gland visualization, 3D visualization? This could help the medical expert to assess visually the morphology of adrenal gland, typically the symmetry, laterality, the global shape, the volume of the both adrenal gland or each of the adrenal gland. And there is some subtle morphological abnormalities that they can detect by this 3D visualization. All these features are difficult to appreciate using a 2D CT scan. So we propose this 3D visualization. Now, how could we assess the correctness? Currently, we have some objective segmentation metrics that could validate, that allow to validate, but all need a ground truth. There's the well-known dice coefficient, intersection over union, average surface distance. All these metrics need a ground truth. The limitation of these metrics is that they need a ground truth which require exhaustive manual annotation made by experts, large data set, which is very hard to obtain, especially for small organs, and sometimes it's not reveal or support the correct clinical diagnosis. So high DICE, for example, score is not always correlated with the clinical task. So here we propose a subjective task-oriented validation without ground truth. The expert in reality is the doctor that proposed us this. So he visually evaluate the 3D models of the both adrenal gland and try to identify nodules, irregularities, and propose maybe diagnosis. So this allows maybe for direct comparison of segmentation, model 1, for example, versus model 2, but based only on diagnosis feasibility rather than ground truth similarity. How we build this blind test with our expert? We send him data of 9 patients. It was a 3D visualization and 3 videos per patient. We send him this. Our expert is a senior radiologist. He performed the task in his office, offline, in his clinical routine condition. We also send him an evaluation form that contains some informative metrics, some like volume, standard deviation of CT attenuation, and something like this, some basic metric, and a cell to complete with his hypothesis of diagnosis, and a cell to put some free text comment. And we covered the results. So here I will show you what we sent to him for each patient. It's normal if you don't see abnormalities, but he managed to find subtle morphological abnormalities and to detect some lesion. So here, the evaluation form, it's a really simple form to complete. What did we learn with this blind test? So the first thing is that the expert was 100% engaged, and he was able to review the 3D videos. He also managed to visualize the nodule, and this means that it's clinically useful to assess symmetry and morphological aspect of adrenal gland. We didn't put a lot of results, but he managed to detect 5 on 7 lesion and in the right gland. So what we know now, it's feasible to assess with a blind task-oriented 3D organ rendering if we have medical experts. This is the condition. The form was okay for him. Probably we need to improve it, but the spreadsheet was okay, and he gave us some interesting feedback. It seems that it be relevant to propose a 3D visualization for the detection of subtle morphological abnormalities. Here we don't have all the results. What is maybe more interesting is this protocol allows to directly compare multiple segmentation methods. What we need to do now is to propose dedicated scales for the diagnostic quality and for the confidence of the diagnosis, for example. We didn't perform blinding, so we have to enforce the strict randomization and the blinding of segmentation, and maybe in future correlate this subjective task with objective metrics if we have a real ground truth that we can correlate. So for this reason, presents some advantages and some inconvenience. So it's task-oriented, so it's directly assess the usefulness. We no need to manual annotation, which is very interesting for us. The evaluation could be conducted offline with the clinical routine condition, and it allowed to propose a normalized framework, not a normalized standard. But it has some inconvenience. It should be, and it have to be task and organ specific. It require an expert. We have often limited evaluation because of modest number of cases. And as I said, it's difficult to standardize in terms of viewing condition, display setting, and so on. So here's some key insights. So comparison quickly between traditional ground truth approach and this proposed task-based approach that mainly maybe the most important message is we no require any ground truth, and we have a clinical usefulness and a clinical validation. So our conclusion is some perspective. For adrenal gland project, we have obtained we have choose a model to perform more tests with the doctor. We hope that this approach will help him to reduce the need for additional contrast-enhanced imaging and adrenal venous sampling. This is our main objective in this project with the doctor. For QH project, this pilot study confirms the feasibility of the task-based approach, which is expert-driven paradigm. We need to investigate strategy to correlate this task-based assessment with conventional segmentation metrics. We need a lot of data, ground truth, experts, so there's a lot of work to do, and the main thing that we need is contributor for draft to try to propose some standardization within QH. Thank you for attention, and I will be happy to answer your question and have your feedback. Thank you.
Since you're both the chair and the presenter,
yes.
let me moderate here. So first of all, again, thank you for the presentation. Anybody in the room has any questions or comments for Miriam?
Yes, thank you very much for the talk. And it's the finding ground truth for evaluating a proposal for data analysis is always can typically be a major problem. And so my question here is on this slide here, you say, okay, there are additional contrast enhanced imaging modalities that could help to identify the structure of the organ. Now, wouldn't that also be a possibility to use this contrast-enhanced imaging to define a ground truth? So you have a patient, you do the CT, and you do also the enhanced imaging with the CT, I suppose, and some contrast agent. And then from that, you can extract the ground truth and compare it to the analysis, to segmentation that you are proposing. Would that be also a possibility?
It's a possibility to have the ground truth, not of the segmentation, because the ground truth of segmentation, we need medical expert. But yeah, we have the ground truth with this contrast CT agent. So we know if the lesion is dangerous, it's carcinoma or adenoma. So this is a previous work that we done because the problem with the CT scan in adrenal gland is always performed on normal dose. So it's high dose of X-ray. We try to simulate low dose and compare the two results, because also we need to say to the doctor, okay, you can perform some CT scans with lower dose and have the same results. This is okay for this kind of work, but for the segmentation, it's really difficult. I don't know if I can, because I can show you maybe. I want to show this. So this is the manual segmentation performed actually by a PhD student, our PhD student, because there is no radiologist available to do this, because you have to annotate each slide, you have the imaging of adrenal gland with the thickness of 1 to 3 millimeters, and you have to do all this annotation, if you want, frame by frame. There is no doctor that want to do that, so our PhD student managed, but it's not enough smooth for the doctor. He couldn't manage and couldn't give a good diagnosis. He preferred this model. But he knows the ground truth in his mind because he's a real expert in radiology of adrenal gland.
Thank you. You mentioned 3D video, but what you really mean is the ability to take the 3D object and rotate it according to...
Yeah.
So there is no real time varying in vivo kind of slicing, right?
No, there is no.
That's my first question. And the other one is, between the two, you mentioned model one, are these standard models that you...
Yes, standard. The first model is total segmentator, which is available, freely available, and the second one is based on total segmentator, but some more, let's say, fine-tuning performed by University Hospital of Geneva. And they shared with us, we shared with them our data and the data agreement. It's very difficult to share data, actually.
So it's fairly new. I'm not really sure if it's going to work at all, but at least in medical applications, SAM, right, segment anything model, which was developed and open source by Meta, it appears to be very popular. Again, I do not know if it works or not, and I do not know if it's applicable to 3D objects, but have you looked into it?
Yes, we try to, because he proposed a plugin with the 3D slicer, so we test MedSam. but total segmentator is better. But MedSam works very well for a lot of organs, not for adrenal gland. So we see, because we are working with, because adrenal gland are very specific. The MedSam work very well, you know, with not kidney, maybe liver and some pancreas,
organs, right?
and bigger organ. It's very well, but it's more simple to have the plugin with the 3D slicer, because we are using the 3D slicer software.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else online? Okay. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I believe it's Krakowia's time.
Do you think I should like sit there, you know?
Maybe it's better if you
Okay,
take
so
that seat.
I'll move there.
Yeah, and there is a microphone already there.
Yes, yes. I will sit on the other side of the table to allow the real presenters to come over here. Maybe I'll sit here.
Maybe we can rise a little bit this camera.
So that's probably
So there's sunlight on you, otherwise you are like what I see
But you
for
know, there is no need for the light on me. You know, maybe I think number 3 is actually okay. Because then it's like not. This one. Yeah, no, it's okay. Okay, so. Okay, so I will just share the slide with all the presentations for this session. Just give me a second. Okay, can you see it? I hope you can see it. And also probably the remote people can see it. Okay. So we have planned 5 presentations for Krakow. And 2 are planned for the morning session. It's 103, 109. So I think Ellen is already here. Yes. And then we'll have Darryl Perks. I don't know if Darryl is already online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. So is it okay for you to be the second presenter?
Sure, that's fine with me.
Okay, great. So then we'll have the break around 10:30. And after the short break, we'll have 3 more presentations. These are coming from my PhD students and interns. So they are all from AGH. And I shifted the order a little bit because now it's like more logical. So the first will be Avageti, then Dogan, and finally Bashak. Okay, so I believe we can start with Evan. So would you please come here to the podium? And I believe we have something like, well, you said like 20 minutes plus 20 minutes discussion. Okay, you know, if there is a problem with the Darius presentation, maybe we'll, you know, steal some time from the next session, which is probably going to be shorter. We'll see how much, you know, time it takes. So, could you please hold the microphone?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for listening to me. So I will present LISA, that is a new subjective local quality assessment for images. So it's a subjective protocol that I've been working on with the University of Rennes in France. So a bit of context maybe. So I'm a PhD student since 2025 with INSA at Rennes, and I'm also working in collaboration with NAGRA and a support that is called NextGuard at Rennes in France. So my research topic is on HVS models on watermarking algorithm. So basically, what I want to improve is that in current watermarking algorithm, we have some optimization problem between perceptibility of the watermark and the robustness of the mark, and we want to optimize it with the modern deep learning models. The problem with it is that we need to gather some perceptual data, especially when we are working with specific watermarking algorithm. So on this thesis, I'm working with Lutzing, that is my PhD supervisor, and with Lusmarin and Myriam Moutas. So basically, in watermarking, what we really want is to have robustness against different kind of attacks, such as compression, cropping, brightness changes, and we also want to maintain a really low level of perceptibility, so near the imperceptibility threshold or the GND. So for just a bit of details about what is real watermarking. So I already talked about the trade-off between imperceptibility and robustness. And basically, when we are watermarking images, what we want to do is to embed a signal in a cover image and trying to retrieve it after some kind of distortions. So why we can't use just global accurate datasets that are everywhere in the literature? The problem is that in watermarking we can really optimize the perceptibility among every pixels independently, and every pixel will be, if we increase the strength of the watermark, we will also increase the robustness. So we really need a score that is more detailed than the traditional Morse or DEMOS that we have in traditional datasets, and with a traditional subjective protocol such as ACR, DSIS, single stimuli, double stimuli, etc. So what we want ideally is to have a perceptual map that is produced after our subjective protocol. So before I present my work here, I will just show you the work that have been done in the literature in local quality assessments, because I think it can be useful to know what has been doing by the field in the past years. So the first paper that I've looked around is that we have patch datasets for compression. So before really working with local quality assessment, people try to annotate different type of patches and try to have more focus on details instead of images in their entirety. So with this kind of dataset, we can have different estimations of perceptibility with patches that can be down to 124 by 124. But if we want to have more detail and more locality, we can work just as this paper does. So basically what that does is that they try to estimate the GND for given images. So observers were asked to increase the strength. So here for compression, the strength of the compressions until they see the first artifacts, and then they stopped to increase the strength, and they annotate where they saw the perceptual artifacts. So what is good with this strategy is that we can really have more localized informations about the type, the artifacts that will first appear when doing compression, but the problem is that we don't have any information given the rest of the image. So really what we want is to have a score by pixel that can be easily done and if possibly fast enough so we can produce some data set. So the design that I've proposed was based on DSIS. So first, what we ask to the observers is to look at the original image and then the processed one that is watermarked, and we ask them on a scale of from 1 to 5 the amount of distortions they found. And so basically this is just the SAS, but the things that we want to improve here is after this first evaluation, they try to annotate, do some annotations pixel-wise with some tools that I've been developing. So basically, it's they were really asked to localize the artifacts and also localize the intensity of every type of artifacts. So with this kind of subjective protocol, we can gather more localized information, and we tried it on different experts on watermarking. So before doing the protocol, they were asked to annotate some images, and we need to train the observers to really give them an idea of what kind of work they need to do. So basically what we want to do is to give them our expectations about what kind of annotations we want them to do. So basically we show them some information about the granularity of the annotations. So we can work around with small errors in details, but with a really not with some kind of annotations that are really rough. We can work with that. Basically, also we show them that they don't need to annotate everything. It's especially useful when we don't want them to lose time annotating large areas for nothing. And also we show them some kind of video. So I will use it to show you how it's the work will be done by a given observer. So let's say we have these images that we want to assess. So we will first show the original image during the few seconds. Then we want them to annotate the global quality of it. So here they saw already the processed image. And after a few seconds, they will be able to use more tools to annotate the image and assess this quality. So here is really a tutorial example. So there is no really visible artifacts, but it's an overview of the kind of tools they can use to annotate everything. So with it, if we the plan with it is to publish it publicly, so people can use it, and we can have a more standardized way to locally annotate image quality. I don't think I will wait for the end of the video. I think you have the idea here. So we conducted some experiments on watermark experts to see if they could annotate some images here. What we can see here is that some masks are really similar. Sometimes the granularity of the annotations were not the same between people. You can see in the second row, first column, that some people try to go in details and some are not. So we need to take this into account when we are producing some data, because we don't want our protocol to bias the study and the dataset, of course. So when we try to merge the score per pixel, we can really have an idea of the perceptibility mask we could have for a given watermark image. So here it has been done with 5 people only. Given their expertise, we assume that it could be enough. Of course, if we were working with naive observers, we would need a lot more. And we can also look at what kind of areas are difficult for them to annotate, especially when we talk about granularity. We can see in the border of some annotations, the intensity of the standard deviations are really high. So we want in a way to improve in the future this protocol to minimize those variants of annotation. So here I try to present you the problem of local IQA and why we can't use a standard subjective protocol for it, and why we try to answer this problem with this protocol. Also, in the future, where we want to really construct a dataset with it, either with experts or more naive observers. And also, so here we worked with images, but open question will be to say, okay, if we want to have this for videos, how we can do it, how we can assess artifacts that are present only in videos, etc., etc. So thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, very relevant. So, what's the typical time that one annotator took to do the task for one image?
So basically, one annotation is around 2 to 3 minutes.
So for the typical, let's say, whatever, half hour, people can do about 10, 15 images?
Compared to?
I mean, 2 to 3 minutes per image, right?
Yeah.
So you can do like 10 to 15 images in a half-hour session?
Yeah. Yes, that's the goal.
What is the time between showing the original and the... Because you first show for 10 seconds, right, if you go back?
Yeah.
And then you go 20 seconds for the,
yeah,
let's say, stimulus, for the...
Yeah.
What's the time between the two? Does it stay blank for some time, or does it immediately flip?
It stays green during around 3 seconds to reset.
So 10 seconds, then 3 seconds blank, then 20 seconds visualization. Right? Okay. I know it's a different task for sure, but people have been arguing specifically for this type of, let's say, near J&D evaluation, whether the flicker test is or is not a good one, right? So where you're flickering between the two in certain... I want to hear your opinion. Do you think that this would help or hurt the evaluation? Do you think it's relevant to assessing the, the presence of watermarking, right, and marking. And I know I'm asking too many questions, but before I forget them. And the last one is, in many cases, the visualization or the attention goes to a solid object, right? So like you take and you say, okay, in this cloud, right? Do you believe a pre-segmentation of the image would help the annotator and accelerate their task? So at least when they click, they would just click on the center of an object instead of like trying to track, because I noticed on the instructions you said, okay, try not to miss, etc., etc. But people like to sometimes just circle, right? So these are my three questions. Thank you.
Concerning the Flickr protocol, we try to work with it. The main problem with Flickr is that when we are dealing with near imperceptibility subjective assessment, it can be really tiring for people to assess flickered images, especially in the perceptibility issue we have with watermarking sometimes, and I can also answer to your segmentation question. The kind of artifacts that appears can appear on non-semantic objects. So basically, we can have this only on control. So if we have this, we want people to be able to annotate it, and we are trying to see if segmentations can be, if we can work with it. But the main issue with it is that it will kind of bias the subjective protocol, and we need to see if in every case we can have the good segmentations that the observers want to annotate. So, and what was your first question? Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very interesting talk. I'm personally interested in assessing the quality of images near the JND or below the JND. We have a project in JPEG that I will talk about tomorrow, where we have just worked on a standard ASC3 that would address this problem. And maybe there's also an application here in the watermarking. And let me start with another comment. Namely, you cited this paper of Guangguan Chen from 2023 that yielded a localized assessment of distortions that when they become visible at one JND. And I'm a co-author of this. Guangguan Chen was my student in Konstanz. And so you say here, the drawback, there's one drawback, namely that it's sparse. It creates just 3 points where there are visible distortions. But I would say this is not a problem, but a feature of this, because the protocol here was designed so that first the user would assess the JND. So there it was one parameter. You scale up the distortion magnitude, and for example, the JPEG quality parameter, you downgrade it until the first distortions become visible. And then they are not in large regions, but localized. And so we wanted to have this JND localization precise, so that the first couple of, 2 or 3 places become visible, and those were then annotated and not whole regions. And in your application for watermarking, isn't it the case that when you have a large region, as you have shown it in your video, that contains distortion, then the distortion magnitude is already so large that you would reject this as a valid watermarking procedure, because it's a large region is affected by the distortion and it is visible. So that was one of the questions. And then The other one is maybe following up on your remark on the flicker test that was in the JPEG ASC2 standard, and going further to ASC3. I think it can be applied here because you probably also have a parameter here. You only showed here individual images, but they are parameterized, I suppose, by the watermark strength. And maybe you have several such parameters. You can, when you design an algorithm, maybe you have one parameter that works more with color and another one that works more with intensity or so, whatever you have. When you scale it up, distortions become more visible. And that means you can apply these techniques of comparison, where you have two different watermarking or two different implementations, not implementations, but two different levels of distortion in your watermarking scheme, and then you compare it, which is more, where do you have the stronger distortions visible? And then you can assess quantitatively how much there is in an image on a scale, on a one-dimensional scale, from 0 to 1 JND to 2 JNDs and so on. So, okay, so again, the first question was, isn't it too late if you have all large regions already identified as carrying distortion? And the other one is, wouldn't it be possible to use also a pair comparison type of approach with the flicker test and maybe also other amplification strategies that we have in the standard?
So thank you for the question. Concerning the first one, so basically what is tricky is since we are working with watermarking experts, they know what to look for and what kind of distortions we will apply to the image. So sometimes even when for them there is perceptual distortions among a large area, for the final users that will observe those kind of images, it won't appear so. It's a good remark that we need to weight these assessments based on the area that has been covered by the artifacts. The thing is, right now we tried also to optimize an already in production model that is in the industry, and so we want to really tune the parameters, as you said, so little by little for this protocol. And so with the flicker pair comparison strategy, right now my work is kind of focused on trying to having the right flicker protocol because, as you said, so it's an interesting way of subjectively assessing those images. Usually what we want is really to try to be close to the amount of imperceptibility we will have in the field. So with Flickr, we need to evaluate if what we will, the amount of distortions that we will see during the Flickr protocol can induce or can predict the amount of distortions that we will see in these applications. So, did I answer your questions? Yeah, of course. I will be happy to. Yeah. Yes.
because of the crowdsourcing experiment I am doing last 5 years. That's why I am asking to you how you collect from the crowdsourcing data, which platform you used. Could you tell us?
What do I use?
In the slide number 7, you mentioned that crowdsource data collections. Yes,
Yeah.
that's why I am asking how you collect the data crowdsourced, which platform you used. That means Amazon Mechanical Turk or Microworkers or some other platforms, or maybe you.
So here in this paper, it has been done with Amazon Turk.
Oh,
So with naive observers and macro workers.
Okay, thank you. Very nice presentation.
Are there any further questions? Yeah, okay, so maybe I can have, or maybe I can just ignore my okay. So are there any further questions also from the remote audience? Okay, seems like no, so thank you. And now we have to figure out what to do because we have like half an hour. And I understand that, let me show just my screen. Okay. So it seems that that Darrow's presentation is going to take like 45 minutes altogether. And we have only like half an hour. So there are like two options. One is that we will maybe delay the break for 15 minutes. The other option is that maybe we'll switch Daryl after the break, and maybe we can have Arvajatu's presentation now. So which option is preferable? No, it's let's allow Yanis to respond.
I propose we stay with the order and then maybe slide our coffee break by 15 minutes. Is everybody okay if we have 15 minutes later? Yeah.
If you survive another 15 minutes without the coffee,
yes,
it's great. Okay, so Daryl, can you present your slides?
Sure. Yeah. 1 second. Let me.
So take your time. We'll eventually have like a delayed coffee break. So don't rush. Thank you.
Okay. No problems. Okay. Hopefully you can see a presentation.
Yes, we can. Please
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so I think it was several weeks ago now, following a conversation between another member of the IEEE P2020 working group, Paul Rakowski, who works for Imatest, have been speaking to a couple of people from this group, and they presented at our usual Thursday calls, and so it was thought, hey, maybe it's a good idea that I jump on this meeting and give a quick introduction to what is the IEEE P 2020 Automotive Image Quality Working Group, and what have we been doing, and what are we proposing to do in the future. So I work for a company called Omnivision. We design image sensors. I'm predominantly working in the automotive space, but we do image sensors for medical and cell phone, mobile phone as well. Okay, so what is the P2020 working group? So it's a member of the IEEE Standards Association. It was originally formed back in 2016. I actually joined in back into 2017. And the reason that this standard has come about is because there wasn't really an automotive specific image quality standard. We do have other standards out there, obviously from ISO and EMVA, which address specific things like EMVA, you'll know, is the more aimed at machine vision. But there's nothing out there that really addressed the automotive side of things. So where we have, say, extremely high dynamic ranges, extreme temperatures, flickering LEDs, etc., etc. So the goal of this was then to come up with a collection of metrics which are aimed at the automotive use cases. So we have both cameras, CMOS always these days, which then are fused with LiDAR and radar. And this quick doodle just shows example of where some cameras can be found. Most cars these days have a reversing camera on them. Some have the full surround view, cameras up behind your rear view mirror, looking out for ADAS applications. What I haven't put on there are the cameras which are now starting to appear inside cars, the in-cabin side of things, looking at driver monitoring. But more and more cameras are appearing in and around cars, and how do we then evaluate the quality of those, so that when one company evaluates the quality, assesses their camera against another one, are we coming up with the same assessment and coming up with the same number, so we can do a fair assessment between two different, say, suppliers of image sensors. So unlike, say, in studio work, whether that's photography, videography, you may have full control over, say, the lighting in the car. You just get in your car and you drive. And those cameras that are mounted in or around the car need to be able to adapt to those constantly changing conditions. So you're obviously going in and out of tunnels here, sudden appearance of the sun in the field of view, whether it's nighttime, daytime, etc. Constant change of environment. And obviously that is also around the world. You may be in the Arctic, or you may be in some nice sunny part of the world where huge variances in the temperature as well. And so these automotive image sensors have to deal with huge ranges in temperature. So the what I call the junction temperature, the actual temperature of the transistors inside the sensors, have to deal with or spec to -40 up to 125 degrees. And in fact, some customers are now asking for 135 degrees. If you can imagine a sensor that's in a black car in a hot country, you jump in it, you want it to work immediately. So it's got to deal with those sort of conditions. So a little more on that, slight repeat of what I've just said before, but obviously we've got the conditions of human viewing and machine vision, and those can result in different requirements. I touch on this a little bit later on, in either producing a nice, pleasing looking image that you see on a screen, or as opposed to one that you'll never see and is purely for computational machine vision. And I think I probably covered a lot of things on it. Obviously, in automotive, we deal with multiple cameras which may get stitched together to create a bird's eye view. But also fisheye lenses are a lot more common in automotive, unlike in, say, photography, where they're available but are rarely used. But you'll get the ones where fisheye lenses. I've used ones which are over 200-degree horizontal field of view. So they're actually looking behind yourselves. Okay, so we have a series of image quality factors. The standard was actually, the version 1 of the standard was published a couple of years ago now, or back end of 24 into 25. And so I'll quickly go over what's in the current standard, and then a few slides about what is in the going to be proposed for version 2. So spatial frequency response, or SFR, I guess a lot of people will know what this is. It's taking a slanted edge and measuring the spatial frequency response off that slanted edge. When we first started it, obviously we were working on the ISO 12233 2017 version of that standard. Through some of the work that we did in this working group, some of that then got fed back into the ISO 12233 standard, which was then released in 2023. So we've actually, this working group has actually had an impact on an existing ISO standard. And so they've actually adopted some of the things that we proposed in that. So on the bottom right there in particular, this is where we're sort of giving an example of the ultra wide angle lenses. So you can't just simply take an SFR measurement in the center. You might have to take it in the corners, and how much distortion and how much loss in sharpness, say, you get in the corners compared to the center. So one of the things that obviously there we've got in the top right then is just showing that we trying to do a curve fit, a poly fit there, because well, straight lines may no longer be straight because of the ultra wide angle lenses that we have. And in the bottom, just below that, then was just a note there to say that MTF 50 is a number which is quoted frequently, but it doesn't always tell the full story. So on the so just list there what we can take out of evaluating SFR. Geometry. So this is where obviously where you put your car into reverse and you've got those overlay lines on it, and so you need to be able to accurately map both ways, say from a point in space back to the pixel, or the pixel back, project it back out to that point in space, and to accurately know where that point in space is mapped onto the sensor. And so a geometry metric was derived for that, so that we can do that mapping. As part of that, just a little gotcha that you can get into is the coordinate system. So where a typical coordinate may be 0, 0 is in the bottom left corner. If you're talking about pixels or CMOS center, the 0, 0, 0 position may actually be the top left corner. You need to make sure that you're talking about the same coordinate system. Otherwise, one person talking to another person may end up with completely different results. Then going on to some contrast performance indicators, if anyone's aware of this or standard, there was originally something called CDP, contrast detection probability, that was renamed into these contrast performance indicators, for which we have two. So we have CTA and CSNR. So CTA, the contrast transfer accuracy. It's really it's more of a fidelity metric. So how well is your system faithfully reproducing the contrast of that scene, or is it potentially making it look a flattened image, washed out, or is it exaggerating? Is it doing some tone mapping, or is it tone mapping over exaggerating certain parts of the image? And then we have the CSNR, contrast signal to noise ratio. So this one's of particular interest or in detectability, in whether you can see the object against the background, and also background and the noise. So in this case, think about things like an object in the middle of the road at night, and can the ADAS system detect that there is some object fallen off the back of a vehicle and is lying in the middle of the road, and stop the vehicle in time, so or swerve around it, so we don't see that. If you haven't seen that vehicle, you might hit it, and so this is where we will look at that how well can we see that object. So what we do, one uses Michelson, one uses Weber contrast. We've got a couple of waterfall plots there, where yellow is where we're definitely detecting or high contrast, and where we go to blue, we don't. So that may be, for example, in lower light level conditions, or a lower contrast, or you may have flare in your image, or say fog in this case because it's automotive, where the contrast of your scene has been degraded, and so the one on the bottom here is really just for anyone that knows anything about multi-exposure images, HDR images where you're stitching multiple exposures together. You can end up seeing some of those where you got the SNR drop, which I'll get onto in a little bit, where you can start to see the effects of that, the impact of those reduced SNR values. Noise. So this is really taking one of the existing standards. We all know what noise is, but obviously in automotive, where we're having to deal with low light conditions in particular, and the higher temperature range. We are particularly interested in things like your DSNU, dark signal non-uniformity, and any temporal noise. And so the couple of graphs that we can see there as an example, that the dark temporal noise, as you increase in temperature, your dark current increases, and so your histogram can shift to the right, where your blacks are no longer black, but also the tail of that histogram can get longer. Just to continue on from that, obviously you're measuring your SNR, your signal to noise ratio. You don't just get your SNR or SNR1. You can start measuring things like your PTC, your photon transfer curve. From that, it can start showing up any transition. So this is what I was mentioning a couple of minutes ago, where you have multi-exposure camera here. So it's a traditional 3 or 4 exposure, where you have one long exposure, your second one, the next one. But between those exposures, you end up with this SNR dip before you then stitch them together. As part of this, we're also looking at fall off. So where other standards may only look at a small portion of the middle of the array, we look at the whole array, and so do a curve fit to look at how uniform is your signal, and whether or not it is a true uniform flat field, or is there some signal fall off as you go towards your edges, which is a typical sort of vignetting effect that you'll get. Flare, obviously a significant issue, which can either completely obscure parts of the image, or significantly reduce your dynamic range. And so if we take the bottom left image there, where there's a small red ghost flare, would an ADAS system misinterpret that as being the back of a motorcycle or a brake light from a motorcycle, and force the ADAS system of the vehicle behind to brake unnecessarily. So the one in the middle, obviously just part of it is completely obscured, and the one on the right there is what's called petal flare. It's where strong light, when it's typically fairly central to the field, can come down, hit the sensor, reflect back onto the IR cut filter, which in some lenses is on the back element of the lens, and then projects itself then back onto the sensor, and you end up with this reddish ghost or artifact, unwanted, and it completely can obscure parts of the image. So there are a couple of KPIs within this. One which follows both follow an existing ISO standards, but have been slightly modified. The one on the left follows the ISO 18844, which just had a pair of diagonal dots on it, and you would measure the contrast between the black and the white background, because a lot of automotive image sensors are wide angle, and maybe up to 21 to 9 or 16 by 9, that it felt it was necessary to add more dots onto it for the width, which are certainly nowhere near where this ISO standard, which was originally aimed at photography, which is a more square 3:2 aspect ratio. The other one then is where we have a collimated light source, which is swept through the field of view horizontally, vertically, diagonally, however many sweeps you want to do. And you would put a mask over where the light source is, and anything outside of where that mask is then considered as flare. So we can do these sweeps and assess how much flare is induced as these bright light sources are passed through the field of view. Flicker. Most light sources these days are going towards being LED based, and so they are usually dimmed using PWM, pulse width modulation. And so depending on how the sensor is read out, and the frame rate of that sensor, and the architecture of that sensor, you may end up with some horrible, nasty flicker in the image, which is particularly for the mirror replacement. Rather than having mirrors for your wing mirrors, you have cameras there instead. And so if you have those ones are flickering in particular, it can be very distracting for the driver. And so this particular metric actually has 3 submetrics within it, which is the flicker modulation index. So this is for identifying banding. I'm sure we've probably all seen it when you have the 50 or 60 hertz flicker. You get that banding going up and down the image. Flicker detection index. So can you detect that flicker against any background? So you think about the image in the sort of bottom middle-ish there. You got the daylight running lights there. Are they appearing just as a constant, or are they actually flickering, which then could get confused with someone indicating that they're wanting to change lane or direction. And then the last one then is the modulation mitigation probability, is whether or not that particular sensor can actually mitigate and not show any flicker. So this is where I'm saying that the flicker modulation index, FMI, where the banding, is there any banding visible in the image? Is it detectable? And whether or not it's horrible and yeah. The flicker detection index, can we detect it? So what you'll do here is you'll have a pulsed light source against a fixed non-pulsed light source. And at what light level or a flickering brightness can you then see, if at all, that pulsed light source against the background, the non-pulsed light source? And then the modulation mitigating probability is whether or not you are able to mitigate that flicker, either by changing, say, your integration time, or by employing certain pixel architectures which are such that they won't suffer from flicker. Dynamic range. Okay, I think we probably know what this is generally. Which is where you have the brightest part of your scene against the darkest part of your scene. Typically is a general way of showing what the dynamic range of scene is. And within the dynamic range metric, there are a couple. There's the captured dynamic range and the contrast to noise ratio. So these use a patch pairs of 2 to 1. And so there are a couple of ways of doing this. You can either do it spatially, which are what the ones are shown down in the couple of images below, or we can do it temporally, where you would expose the sensor to a single flat field, and then take another image where the contrast is of a different contrast, and compare the two. There are advantages to both. One is speed, I guess, when you're taking the whole image with a spatial one, but you may end up with flare, which may impact your results. So therefore, taking a temporal approach can mitigate that sort of flare artifact. So the CDR is very similar to a traditional one, but obviously be slightly less because we've got a patch pair there. The CNR is more of again a detectability metric. So how well can you see those patch pairs in the presence of noise? So at low light, can you still detect that there is a contrast of 2 to 1 in that low light, high gain, high integration time situation, where there'll be increased noise? Okay, so moving on then to what we are proposing in version 2. So all of what I've talked about so far is available in the existing standard, and this is what we're now starting to work on and propose for version 2. There are some updates to the noise standard, just a general reorganization of this particular metric, just to help it flow and read a little bit easier. But also there's some work being done on some dark but also lit conditions, looking at, say, low frequency noise rather than your typical, say, higher frequency temporal noise, looking at row and column FPN at the very periphery, rather than just focusing on, say, the very center of the image. How do gain variations and any offsets? So, for example, as you increase temperature, you may end up with some offset in dark conditions. There are things like in the EMVA standard where they apply a low pass where the image is low passed from an average, but with the IEEE's this standard, we plan to do a 2D curve fit instead. The other metric which some may be aware of is NEQ, so noise equivalent quanta. Again, another sort of detectability metric, where we are taking the MTF, the modulation transfer function, and along with the MPS noise power spectrum, which can then give you the NEQ. So think of it as like NEQ is a spatial frequency dependent SNR. So a particularly useful metric. It's been used in medical for quite a number of decades now. But in medical, it's typically been monochrome, and now we're starting to look at applying that to color images. Resolution. So all of the work done so far has been lab-based. So it's kind of like an ideal world where everything is fixed. Your test chart is fixed, your camera is fixed, and you're ending up with the best possible result. However, we drive our cars, and so motion and vibration comes into that. And so the studies are being done now into how much is the SFR being impacted by motion, by angular change, from looking at the road sign, for example, as it's in the distance, and then as it's at a higher angle relative to the vehicle. How is that changing? Because obviously speed's changing. And any vibration induced within the car. A couple other things, it could be looking at the difference of the CFA, the color filter array, on the sensor, demosaicing algorithms, and sort of aliasing artifacts. So the pixel race, getting down to smaller and smaller pixels isn't quite the same in automotive. We're still at typically maybe 2.1 micron is what's been around for quite a number of years. We're not pushing down to the silly numbers that you get, say, in the cell phone, mobile phone market, just because we have to deal with the low light a lot better. But obviously, as there's smaller pixels, then the motion blur and vibration can potentially become more catastrophic. Things like a lot of cameras, apart from, say, your reversing camera and front-facing camera, maybe mounted to the front grille. A lot of cameras around the car are protected by either the windscreen, or behind some sort of panel. And if that has some debris or whatever on it, that's going to potentially blur the image as well. So convergence. Obviously, we're constantly having to adapt from one second to another as we go, say, in and out of a tunnel. The auto exposure, auto white balance, any tone mapping, etc., denoising will have to be maybe constantly adapting and adjusting to those constantly changing conditions. Also, the fact that you've got the different requirements, say, between human viewing and an ADAS application. So in human viewing, changing the exposure or white balance instantly may be a little jarring to the eye and the viewer. But for an ADAS application, if you're entering that tunnel and there's a car broken down right inside that tunnel, you want the ADAS system to react immediately and brake and stop the car so it doesn't hit that broken down vehicle. So you want a very, very quick change. So there are situations where cameras get dual purposed just to save on cost. And so trying to find that happy medium between something which looks pleasing to the human viewer as against the ADAS application, can be a tricky situation. Typically, though, for reversing cameras, you're going at a much, much slower speed. so the adaptation can be that bit slower, but obviously if you're traveling along motorways, freeways, at those typical speeds, you want something that adapts very, very quickly. So yeah. And just a little more on that, I think just we have this exit or into a tunnel alternate. So you can also think about situations where you're driving along some tree-lined road and you've got that flickering coming through. Does the camera or the algorithms try and keep up with that constantly changing illumination, or does it take a little bit more time and smooth out some of those potential transitions? So color separation. So we've got a couple of examples here. One taken with a traditional RGB CFA, another one with RYYCY, so red, yellow, yellow, cyan, which is more used in ADAS. Both have their pros and cons. The RGB one is more faithfully reproducing that scene. So, for example, looking at you can see that the yellow of the stoplight is better, traffic light, should I say, is better reproduced. Whereas with the RYYCY, it's a lot harder to distinguish between the amber yellow and the red. But then there are pros to that the building on the right hand side, or the one that's just behind the traffic on the other side of the road, is more visible, and the road, but the road may be more noisy. So pros and cons to both. So some investigation work now is ongoing. Some initial work has been done, and some new work is upcoming. So what we currently have is let me go on to the next slide. We've been looking at various different metrics for evaluating this, and we've decided to use the Mahalanobis distance rather than Euclidean distance, because so Euclidean distance is good for doing just some simple point-to-point measurements, whereas Mahalanobis distance is preferred because it's better for outlier detection and clustering and classification. Whereas Euclidean distance, it's just a simple point-to-point, where Mahalanobis is better for your covariance. So what have we done? So far, we've got some road markings, road paint samples, a yellowish green. These are all US-based road markings, a yellow and a white. And within each of those road samples are some retroreflective bead class beads, which, depending on the angle of light hits them, can obviously then reflect back differently. And so some work has been done just using a mobile phone at the moment, with and without its flash. So what we have here are those road samples. They're all different types that have been provided to us at the moment. And this is just a simple mobile cell phone with its flash on and off. And so what we have here is, if you look in particular, the results in the next few pages are going to be comparing this yellow-green one here, this yellow one, and this white one here, which, as you can just simply see in this example, that when the flash was turned on, some of these samples have significantly changed compared to when the flash was off. So you can think about when a headlight is hitting these retroreflective beads, that they've completely changed how that they appear. So here we have them on the left-hand side, where the flash is off, and on the right-hand side the flash is on. And as you can see, in particular this top one here, now the difference between the yellow, green yellow and the yellow now is becoming much closer and harder to distinguish between the two. So we can start plotting these out, and this then kind of shows that where we have these green, yellow-green versus yellow without the flash on, so I think without headlights, that there's two distinct patches here, whereas when we have the flash on now, these ellipses are overlapping now, and so it becomes much harder to distinguish between those two. So we've got a bunch more work to be done here, which will now start using automotive sensors and headlights, to make it more automotive specific. But this was just an initial study done to show this, which I think is what I've just done there. So yeah, there's going to be a few of us that are receiving these samples and running these samples. Okay, color fidelity. So how well is the algorithms and the white balancing, color correction, depending on the CFA, etc., reproducing the colors in the scene. We've all been used to the what was, go back far enough, Macbeth color checker chart, which then went to X-Rite, the color checker. It's changed name and who owns it over the years, but that color checker chart from an automotive point of view is not always that applicable to the automotive space, despite the fact we still use it because it's a known standard. So we're going to be looking into how well is a scene being reproduced. And within that, we have, is it a reflective chart? So we have some lights illuminating that test chart. Is it a transmissive one? So maybe a higher dynamic range chart where you've got the backlit transparency. And then you've got your just standard emissive chart. So emissive light sources. So you have your traffic lights, for example, and how well is your camera reproducing that light source or those reflective charts. So for example, in an emissive one, in a traffic light, it should appear, the green go should appear as green. But I have seen situations where because of the CFA, where the blue and the green overlap on your QE, you can end up with those green traffic lights actually appearing as being blue. It's all fully explainable, but obviously to someone that's looking at these, non-expert may think, hey, why is my traffic light appearing blue when it should be green? Because we all know that traffic light go traffic light is green. And then lastly, compression. So the work here is really how much, can we start using some compression in cars, because the amount of data, you think about these days, you've got multiple, say, 8 megapixel cameras dotted around a car. Anyone that's done any 4K video editing knows how much compute power that can potentially take, and obviously with cars going electric, the power needed for that, it can be significant. So can we start applying some compression to help reduce just even the amount of disk space needed, and which I guess in some turns helps ecologically as well, because if we have fewer disks spinning around, then I guess it consumes less power. So the idea is that this compression algorithms will then be applied to a few select metrics, for example, noise, SFR, does it blur edges, etc. And so some studies will be done on the compression metrics. So we'll be looking at the ISO JPEG XS is one of the ones that's of interest to us at the moment. So we'll be looking at things like the constant bit rate, variable bit rates, and also the capped variable bit rates, and how that impacts. Okay, so how can anyone if they find this interesting, how can they get involved? So we have a technical call every Thursday discussing the various topics. We have a roughly 3-4 times a year, a face-to-face or virtual face-to-face, exactly how this meeting is being done, where people will present, the KPI owners will present where each one is at, and any standards, work that is coming up. So yeah, please do let me know, contact myself, or by using that link there. Hopefully it's still working. I didn't actually check it before this. Or yeah, just reach out to myself if you have any interest in that. And on that note, I will stop and take any questions. Sorry, I've gone over a little bit, but 58 slides I had to quickly run through there to give you guys an overview.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. So we are a little bit behind the schedule, but this is acceptable and agreed upfront. So are there any questions, both from the, yeah.
Thanks, Daryl. This is Yannis Katsevounidis. I think, first of all, my general comment, this is extremely valuable and useful initiative, because again, it touches upon something that is, you know, outside of entertainment. It is, as you said, you do this wrong, people will either get injured or die. So first of all, kudos for really sticking to a very important. And I like the approach of being principled and using, you know, MTFs and HVS, the stuff that at least in this group is part of our DNA. I wonder how much the inevitable modernization, or however you want to call it, of everything we do that it will involve machine or involves machine learning, how does this sort of complements or perhaps even conflicts this initiative? Are there, in other words, voices that say, hey, these are good, you know, principled mathematical ad hoc approaches, but now we can solve the problem by collecting, I don't know, 1 million or so recordings from, you know, actual cameras, build models and fix them. Is there any debate going on, or we are sticking with what, let me just say, good old signal processing DSP-based algorithms is my first question, and thank you.
Right, yeah, sure. Yeah, this is something that I face often, is when a customer has done their 1 million miles worth of driving, and then they don't want to have to repeat all that because it's very timely, costly, because you have to do it over a whole year, at least a whole year's worth of driving conditions. And so the idea behind this standard really was really to, and I've experienced this myself, where an end customer will struggle even just picking up a data sheet from one vendor to another vendor and not being able to truly compare one sensor against another, and which is the real basis for us doing this standard. And so, yeah, the machine vision side of things, I do not. I get involved in providing the eyes on the road, not so much on the algorithms behind that. That would be a question for the likes of, the Mobileye's and TI's and NVIDIA's of this world, and how they are then using all of that data that we're allowing them to see. So maybe not exactly answering your question. I haven't personally been involved in the actual algorithms behind it all. I would like to. But yeah, sorry, I've not been involved in the algorithms and how they're using that data exactly.
Thank you. Is it like, Yanis, everything or, okay. So are there any further questions? Yes, Cecilia, could you please pass the mic?
Thank you for your presentation. As Johnny has said, it has been very interesting, and we have obtained a deep insight in all the problems that you are facing. But I have just a curiosity. You mentioned when you were computing some KPIs related to noise in the frequency domain, that there was a method that was used on monochrome, mainly on medical images, and you were thinking on expanding that method to color images. What kind of color space are you considering? RGB or luminance and chrominance?
Oh, right, yes. Yeah, let me go back to where was that? That was in...
It was when you had that, the image 1 and image 3, that one.
Yeah.
You mentioned there.
Yeah, so this one here, so what comes out of the raw Bayer sensor will be raw, whether it's RGGB, RYYCY, RCCB. So we will prefer to do it on that raw image. rather than process, because by the time it gets, you can end up, a lot of these metrics are based on raw image data, rather than one that has been passed through an ISP or an image signal processing, where it can be obviously white balance, color corrected, denoised, tone mapped. A lot of these metrics require an input stimulus, which can be mapped, which is known, and then can be mapped directly to the measured data. So things like NEQ is one of those that by the time it's passed through an ISP, especially if it's got something like some local tone mapping, you can't really reverse engineer that. If you just have a straightforward contrast, you can kind of reverse that, but local tone mapping is a non-linear process. So yes, we are preferring to use raw data straight from the sensor in Bayer format.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the, let's say, both local audience and I think there is one question there.
Okay, thank you for the very interesting presentation. I have just curiosity. You mentioned, a raw format for the images. You are thinking about JPEG XS, I think you said. Can you give us a rough indication about the bit rate that you are expecting?
Yeah, that's under investigation at the moment. I would defer you to my colleague who's the expert in that one. So that one, there are some ideas out there at the moment. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, both from the local audience and the online audience? Okay, there is one question more.
Sorry. First, thank you very much. Very interesting topic for sure and super relevant. And I also wonder, maybe I missed it, you have any subjective tests as well, or it's all objective? Well, objective in sense that you prepare the conditions and then check it.
Yeah, so this is mainly objective. So I personally, when I'm evaluating doing some image quality work, I will do subjective testing, and then I see this more as the objective side of things. So that's where when I'm producing an image quality report for one of our sensors, I will do both. But this I see as more as the objective side of the testing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the audience? Also from the online people. We have some people online. Okay. Well, just at the end, I think I would also like to comment that this is very, very relevant to Krakow. So I hope you will stay involved in VQuake somehow. And yeah, we'll also try to, at least occasionally, even if like not, every time, to join your meetings.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe we are like something like around 15 minutes late, but this is absolutely fine.
We are within the extension of our session, so we'll take a 15-minute break. Let's try to resume at 11 local time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll be starting soon with Krakow, but before we start, Kamil has some short announcement for tonight. Optional social program. This is not the official program, but we hope all of you or most of you to participate. We just need to beam the slides because he has a couple of slides for tonight. But don't worry, we have some time buffers, so it's okay. No, I think maybe I can check on my Teams. Okay.
Yeah, so short announcement. All of those activities are optional, so you can choose, but we have the idea to start a walk to see a Wawel Castle here at 6 p.m. Then we will go to the Pinball Museum, which is near the castle. We will be there around 7 p.m. And then around 9 p.m. we'll go to Old Jewish Quarter, so the Kazimierz district for zapiekanki and beer. And if you are worried that you will be hungry at 6 p.m., we will have Krakowian obwarzanki. So it's the fuel that actually give the energy of many generations of Krakowian students. So you will get the spirit. Then the walk is around 45 minutes. So we'll see the Vistula River and we'll see the Wawel Castle. And then here is the museum. This is how the Wawel Castle looked like. And beneath it, there is a dragon. So we will go via dragon. And from time to time, it's actually making the fire. So we might see that. The Pinball Museum, you can see its more details on this website. The entrance fee is 50 zloty per 1 hour or 70 zloty without the limitation. There is almost like 100 machines, mostly pinballs, but also video games. Among those video games, there is Dungeons and Dragons, for example, one of my favorites. And the oldest machine there is from 1936. So they are also like older machines. So that could be quite fun. And then from it, we have like 5 minutes walk to center of Kazimierz. So this is Okrągłak building, so the round building. And every of these windows is selling... Wow. Why am I hearing myself?
I think it's one. I'm sorry. It's this one. Yes. Yes. Yes.
But you can mute as well. I'm good.
I don't find it.
Yeah. Back to Okrągłak. Every window is selling zapiekanki. Zapiekanki is like fried bread. I think it's the one and only really like Polish street food. So there are many toppings that you can choose. And later on, Kazimierz is famous for multiple different bars. So we can go around for a pub crawl experience or to one of those places. They are quite unique. as you can see. And if you are lucky enough and you stay long enough, you might see people dancing on the tables in Zinger. So yeah, this is the agenda. If you have any questions, you can approach me. I will also be updating everything on the social group on WhatsApp.
Thank you. Okay, so after this short presentation, let me come back to Cracovia. Okay, so I hope you can see you can see probably the program for the second session today before the lunch. So we have 3 presentations scheduled. They are all coming from AGH, from my PhD students, and the last one is from one of the interns we have here. And the first one will be given by Avajiti Dutta, and the second and the third one, they are like somehow connected. So yeah, I will introduce you into the second and third one later. Okay. So Avajiti, I think the floor is yours. You can hold this mic. Okay. I will stop sharing and you can share from your laptop. Thank you. You need some help?
Yeah, actually. How it is going to full screen?
I don't know if you can make it really full screen.
Is this a PDF viewer? There is an option on PDF viewer.
Yes.
I don't remember where though.
But maybe
I
you can
think it's
just
Control F.
Is that enough? Okay, it's like good enough.
I actually see. Okay.
Okay, so let's wait a second because we're making full screen really. I'm just speaking the professor that is how to switch it on.
Good morning, everyone. I am Abrajyoti Datta from AGH University of Krakow. Today, I will share our paper published on last month on how laboratory and crowdsourcing environments compare for subjective video quality assessment in the quality of experience platform. This was a joint project with the Onkuç Mayos University from Turkey and another one from University from Belgrade, and the paper DOI is on the slide. And I am presenting my work at this BQEG meeting today. In the next 10 minutes, I want to show when crowdsourcing actually works as a substitute for the lab, that means laboratory, or it does not, at what response time data tells us that ratings alone cannot. Here is the plan. I will start with the study, then walk through how we designed and with the main results and with this means in the practice. The single most useful findings is a clean split. Crowdsourcing works and for stable video content, but it falls apart for time varying content. The reason it falls apart is what makes the rest of the talk interesting. Why this study? Video quality assessment matters because it directly affects what matters you feel about the streaming services and how providers tune their pipelines. Laboratory tests gives us reliable and data, but they are slow and expensive. Crowdsourcing fixes the cost and the scale problem, but it adds variability. Crowdsourcing is going with network, lighting, and attention also. But the question we wanted to answer is simple: when does the crowd give the same answer as the lab or not? When does it, going with these previous studies, had over the 1,300 prolific responders, both arms of this study follow ITUT P910 guidelines. The new ingredient is response time, recorded milliseconds, which gives us a window into the cognitive effort. Most prior comparisons stop at the mean opinion score. Two things are still missing. First, nobody has really measured the cognitive cost of remote testing. Secondly, the boundary where crowdsourcing stops being reliable is not well defined. Our goals are to measure the reliability gap in between the proper screening, to use response time as a cognitive signal, to identify when the crowd is still trustworthy, and to provide concrete guidance for people building quality of experience pipelines. 3 lines related work matters here. First, on crowdsourcing for the quality of experience itself, Hosfeld and colleagues set the best practices playbook a decade ago. After that, Nadari and the other colleagues recently extended P910 into the crowd, and Sope, our colleague, which showed correlation above 0.96 between crowd and the lab. But under the tight conditions, secondly, on validity, Kamel pointed out the crowd design need to be adapted. And then other colleagues found about third workers of do samples are not that different from university pools. Thirdly, in our crowdsourcing on cognition of behavior, Liberaton showed there is a gap between what people report and what they actually do. Recent AGH university works uses behavioral and neurosignals. We extend that line using response time. The design is paired comparison of two environments running the same protocol. On the left, we can see here the AGH, that means AGH University Lab, 32 bachelor students were participated, identical pre-calibrated desktops, full HD monitors, a wired gigabit network, standardized lighting, in-person supervision, session of about 55 minutes. On the right-hand side, totally crowdsourcing with the prolific platform, international recruitments across the UK, US, Ireland, Germany, France, and other countries, participants on their own computers, but with automated technical gates. They need full HD and at least 40 megabit per second before they can enter. Crucially, both arms use the same crowd QoE platform, the same P910 procedure, the same 5-point absolute category rating scale, and we record response time in milliseconds in both. That is only way to attribute differences to the environmental itself. We built two databases on the purpose of to probe different cognitive demands. Database A, here, 80 processed video sequences with time varying quality, where bitrate and compression change within each clip. To rate it, you have to continuously integrate fluctuating quality into a single number. That process is called temporal pooling, and it's cognitively heavy by design. The other hand, right-hand side, database B, it is a stable content with the opposite 40 clips, each repeated 3 times at all constant quality. You can make a snapshot judgment. Both span 5 quality levels from excellent to bad, and we removed audio to isolate the visual side. The data and metadata are publicly on GitHub as CrowdQoE 2025. This is a table summaries. The only difference between the two arms, the laboratory uses identical AGH desktops, full HD monitors, as I already said, with the 1 gigabit per second LAN, and supervised with us, with the standardized lighting. The crowd uses participants' own PC, other hand, but with the hard technical gates, full HD required at least 40 Mbps. Everything else, the software, the procedure, the protocol is held constant. That is why let's us attribute observed differences to the environmental itself and not to other confounds. This is CrowdQoE, which is in our house web platform. The same pipeline runs whether the participants is in the AGH lab or in the sitting with at home on Prolific. It is built in PHP and JavaScript with HTML5 video player. Before the participant sees a single stimulus, the system checks browser compatibility, screen resolution, and runs in a real download speed test against a payload hosted on our server, not a self-reported value. Participants use a incognito mode to neutralize cache-related effects to keep the session anonymous, and order is randomized. After each clip, both the rating and the response time in milliseconds are recorded. This is a raw picture. The top row is database A here, where we can see the time varying content. The bottom row is database B, where is stable content, and on the left, each of the row, the par video, MOS with 95% CI, that means confidence intervals. On the right, the par video, standard deviation, and with its histogram. Central tendency looks similar across the environments, but variability is consistently wider for time varying content with respective of the stable content. The next slide put numbers on that. Here is the most striking number in this slide. We applied a strike-through two-stage screening that follows ITUT BT 500, at least 95% session completion, and a leave one out Pearson correlation at least 0.75. In that case, we saw that in the lab screening behaved normally. In the crowd on time varying database A, the rejection rate was huge. It was 92%. Only 2 valid subjects passed or survived out of 25. Compare that to the same crowd on stable database B, where the rejection rate was only 11%. That asymmetry is not noise. It tells us that when the task gets cognitively heavy, the crowd cannot sustain the attention it needs. Cronbach alpha is 0.81 for database A and 0.94 for database B, both well above the, as usual, 0.70 threshold. This is a part where I find most interesting. In the lab, viewers needed on average 506 milliseconds longer to rate time varying content, that stable content, and that difference is highly significant, and p less than 0.001, but final mean opinion score values are statistically indistinguishable. P equals to 0.353. In the controlled lab, viewers successfully integrated the fluctuating quality into a final score. They compensate cognitively. The cost of the compensation is paid processing time and not in the rating itself. We call this cognitive compensation, and it disappears if you look at only the MOS. On stable content, the picture flips. That means figure here shows per video MOS in the lab against per video MOS in the crowd, sitting almost exactly on the y equals to x line. And the right hand side, Pearson correlation is 0.98, Spearman is 0.98, Kendall is 0.90, and the absolute error is only 0.26 mean opinion score points on 5-point scale, well within human perceptual variance. Once we use a linear mixed effects model to control for individual rater leniency, the environmental effect itself is not significant anymore. P equals to 0.258. The right figure shows the hypothesis rating variance is similarity flattened in both environments. So for stable content and crowdsourcing gives a video engineer the same answer the lab would give. So the discussion comes down a clean split. For time varying content, crowdsourcing is currently not a valid method. a 92% rejection rate is unworkable. The reason is that temporal pooling needs sustained attention, and without supervision, the crowd cannot hold that attention. This would be invisible if we only looked at the mean opinion score. For stable content, the story flips. With the strict lean out on screening, the crowd matches the lab on every metric we tested. So for stable content, crowdsourcing is a working substitute. Limitation, our lab cohort is small and the skews engineering and crowd hardware varies. But the near identical rank agreement on stable content suggests display variance is not in the main driver, cognitive load is. 4 takeaways. First, crowdsourcing should not be treated as a universal substitute, nor dismissed the whole cell. Its validity depends on the cognitive load of the specific task. Secondly, for stable content data is clear correlation around 0.98, no environment effect after controlling for rater leniency, the same psychometric certainty. Third, time varying content, current methodologies fail without supervision. Viewers cannot sustain the attention temporal pooling needs. Fourth, future quality of experience designs should account for cognitive demand, not just visual quality. Response time is a start. If NIRS, gaze and the behavioral measures can extend this in remote settings. A quick word about me. I'm a PhD researcher working in AGH quality experience team. The fastest way to reach me in the email. And that's all my side. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes,
Only 2 valid scores is what I see on that error
Yes.
bar.
Yes.
So go back to your box plots. Here, no, the next one. I mean, the previous one. These ones. So I see a variance there. Are these before or after you do the rejection?
Yes.
Before
That means
or after?
the raw data before the filter out.
Before the filtering out.
Yes.
So you had.
If you are closely looking in the 10th number of video, you can see here my. This was.
Okay,
totally
so again,
different.
This represents all raw data before any filtering.
Yes.
The spread doesn't look that bad. Go now to the next one. So you use BT500, the classic BT500
Yes.
screening?
Yes.
But did you try soft rejection? And
Soft
the P910 appendix?
Yeah, we used actually Pearson correlation coefficient with the
No,
0.75. That's one.
I'm talking about the surreal package where you don't hard reject.
Yeah.
Did you try that?
No.
Maybe you should and see how the results change, because there have been numerous presentations Dietmar presented about the pros and cons of different approaches. And I would say that, let me say the BT500 is, at least the way it was captured, if I remember correctly, is not state of the art, right? That's my comment.
Yeah. I will explore.
Hello. So first of all, it is surprising, that suddenly only 2 people are valid subjects.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, because typically you show the correlation plot per person, so that we can see actually what was the correlation distribution, because maybe those people were close to 0.75, and then you shouldn't remove them just because they like the threshold. So first of all, you use BT500 or P910, because the thing is that typically when we speak BT500, we think about the method where you calculate the kind of approximate by normal distribution, you calculate kurtosis and etc. So you use this method or correlation?
We used both actually.
Both.
First BT500 and then
Okay.
Pearson correlation.
So the BT500 method doesn't work. Like we have a paper about it.
Yes.
It simply doesn't work. It shouldn't be used.
Yes.
Period. And then if you use correlation, then if you read P910, the description is that 0.75 is like recommended threshold.
Yeah.
But you should check your experiment if it's really valid. Because if your experiment is more difficult to score, for example, because there is a fluctuation of the quality, then there is a chance that that the correlation drops. And then probably you shouldn't blindly just use the line and cut all the people below. But typically what you're looking for outstanding low correlations.
Yeah, when we checked with the 0.50 Pearson correlation, then we saw that most of the people passed. But the 0.75, it was totally unbalanced.
Yeah, so good thing is to just draw the correlation plot. So typically on the x-axis you have ID of the user, on the y-axis you've got correlation, and then you see if there is like an obvious gap or not. If not, then probably it's a property of your experiment, yeah? Not so much the drawback, yeah? And the other thing is that those experiments, they look kind of in line to most of the dots, yeah? And then for some of the dots, they are not in line. And this is interesting by itself. So I would really go deeper there, because maybe there is a reason, yeah? Maybe there is a reason why those sequences were scored differently in crowdsourced than in the lab study. Especially that the lab study is very specific here, yeah? I guess those are just students, yeah? It's not like a typical test. You ask some people, but this was during the lectures, yeah?
During the lectures,
yeah,
yes.
so very specific lab test. It's not very formal lab test neither, yeah? So I would be careful to base on the comparison saying that this is true result and this is wrong result. Okay, thank you.
Yes, coming back to your or to the previous slide and the discussion, did you have a statistical test in there that compares the distributions between A and B?
Yes.
For one stimulus, you have a distribution
Yes,
of 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s, and then, well, in the controlled setting you have this, and the uncontrolled setting you also have that.
Yeah.
And then you can ask for, a statistical test like the KS test to see if these distributions differ significantly statistically. Is this what you have done? Is this what?
The previous one we tested actually. The database A with the database B, each of the videos, we statistically we checked where is the loophole, and then we checked. That's the result. Actually.
So is this on one of the slides there?
No,
no, it's not. Okay.
No.
Then I have
you are talking about the, if I am not wrong, you are talking about the video metrics with the database E with the database B.
No. What you have as a research question is, does the crowd behave like the people in the lab? And so the crowd provides a distribution of the ratings from 1 to 5 for each stimulus, and in the lab also. And so you have two distributions. And then you can ask the questions, are these distributions coming from the same statistical model? And for this, you can use the KS test or other tests. And that would be interesting to see how many of those stimuli then would pass the test and how many would be rejected. Because as if you look at the slide see here, if you go in a vertical slice there, you have a red dot and a blue dot, and then these confidence intervals there. They sometimes overlap strongly, and sometimes they do not overlap strongly, and so this statistical test would tell you, is the difference statistically significant or not?
When we started with the crowdsourcing in the prolific, first 10 participants, then again 10 participants, again the 15 participants. Then we saw that after the 25 participants, we saw only the 2 participants passed. That's why we are not going to further anymore to pool the participants, because that is beyond our P910 guidelines. If we are using the minimum 35 participants, not valid, that is a pilot project or pilot crowdsourcing testing. Yes.
Okay. Then I was wondering, putting myself in the shoes of a crowd worker or a lab worker, I was wondering how I would perform there, and I'm not quite sure I would perform very well, because your videos in database A that have variable quality over the time course, that's synthetic, right? You controlled it. It might be nice to see a video if you have it available to get an impression of how it is. So if I imagine looking at a video and first the quality would be excellent, and then 1 second it would be horrible, and then it would be excellent again, and then it would be horrible again, I would be confused. I wouldn't know whether to give a 1 or a 5, right? So there's a recency effect, so maybe you score according to the last segment of the video, or you try to average somehow. It depends on the mental mind.
You were right. In the last segment of the video, mostly the peoples, that means the memory aspects, which we saw that with our other colleagues. The same thing, our PhD Thomas did that. 1 minute video sequences, and the last 10 to 15 seconds they are measuring the participants. It is excellent, bad or not. But when a video was started, it was very bad. Gradually we are increased in the excellent quality, and the last segment, that means 10 seconds or 15 seconds, it was. Okay. That means the participants or the crowdsourcing, or maybe we can say in the lab, the same things happens. Okay. The last memory, we are going to absolute category rating.
Okay, so you confirmed this recency effect.
Yes.
Yeah. So what were the instructions? What did you tell the crowd workers and the lab workers how to judge? So you told them that, okay, the quality will be varying, and now your job is to give an overall, just one number, 1 to 5, for the overall quality. So were they instructed to average somehow, or were they left in the open?
Before we are going to start our experiment, we gave a short demo experiment. Then they are going to start experiment.
So there was no comment. So you just said, okay, rate this video, and your options are 1 to 5.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Because each and everyone has their own perspective of their choices. That's why we cannot go with the biased. Yeah.
Just small clarification. You said that the recency effect was the strongest. How you tested?
Yeah, our another PhD colleague.
So you don't know them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? There are no questions also from the remote audience. I'd like to speak loud. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so are there any further questions maybe from the remote audience? Okay, if there are not, let me thank you. Okay, and I would like to invite yet another colleague, Doğukan Öztürk, who is also my PhD student, and he will have a presentation on the underwater image quality. And then it will be followed by yet another presentation that is somehow connected with his presentation about the data sharing. But first, Doğukan, you can share your screen, or I don't know if I can easily stop from here. Okay, so please try to share your screen. Not really? Oh, actually, it's not being shared. That's actually strange. I don't know why. This is the presenter view. Okay, can you maybe like upload this to the... Where's, by the way, Mateusz? Because he's like operating this one. Because it's needed. Can you maybe like upload it to the... Yes? So what's the name of the presentation? So can you upload it to the... No, please upload to the SharePoint. Yes, of course. Okay, so maybe you can just play. Okay, I think it's good enough. Okay, so thank you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about underwater images quality enhancement. And I cannot press. Okay. Firstly, I would like to start with problem, why we are studying and working for underwater images. Underwater images has a lot of problem because of visibility, naturalness, because there are a lot of absorption in the water, backscattering, and especially red color vanish, and sign became more green, more blue, and color is not okay, some geometry is not okay. So we need to find a solution to fix this problem. Maybe we can increase the quality and utility. Also, here two place for human, for systems. Quality, okay, but quality doesn't mean usability. So for systems, for machine, utility is different case. For human, it is different case. So we have to focus what we have to do firstly. Now I am going to with quality. And firstly, how it started. Firstly, I wanted to check how models are working. But beforehand, I was thinking that when I am training model, I feel like I am a teacher. And if I teach something wrong, and my student will be bad. So I have to focus good materials. And already in the dataset, what I have the dataset, all are underwater images. So already I have problems. I want to increase something. I say there are problems, but still I am going to train with these bad examples. So I have to teach better shapes, better geometry. So I thought maybe we can add to train set not underwater images, maybe in air images we can add. So, but if we can balance it, we can teach some color better, some geometry better, but it should be balanced, not too much. So we shouldn't lose the signs of underwater concept. And we tried a lot of models. It is published in CRIT conference. You can see the DOI. And if you are interested, you can check. There are a lot of models. And with our data sets, some models give better results. And also we made some cascade models. I would like to show something. Maybe here, pointer. Yeah. For example, here I tried double AttuNet to AttuNet, double AttuNet. It is better than one AttuNet. So what I see here, firstly, a classical loss function is not working completely well. I mean L1 and L2 based.
Sorry if I interrupt. I think it's going to help the presentation. Can you tell us what are these percentages? and a little bit walk us through the numbers?
Sorry, my bad. They are metrics. They are the quality metrics, actually naturalness metrics, Nikke, brisk, and pike, or how you read. Everyone reads
and what does minus 5.3% means? Is it a good or a bad thing? You're looking for?
I'm explaining. These metrics are naturalness score. If score is 0, it is perfect, and if it increase, it is not natural. So these metrics gives non-naturalness score. And so we need to decrease this score. So which model is lower, and it is the better result. And we compare with these 3 naturalness score, and here, for example, AutoNet model, alone 11% decrease, but when I use double, it's a little more decrease. So I can say that model could train more, but my loss function says stop there. So in loss function, there is a problem. So we cannot use L1 and L2 based classical traditional loss function. So we have to do something. Or we can make different cascade, like Restormer is working with other models good. But firstly, I thought there is a different problem. What is my finding here? So maybe with classical CNN or RNN, we can just change the loss function and we can adjust the parameters. What can we do? So after that, what we did, metric-driven designs. So we have a lot of metrics, and during the train set, we can measure we can make a fake test set, we can generate images, and after that we can measure the metric score. If metric score is giving the better, we can go the same direction to loss function. I mean, in the loss function, we have a lot of coefficients. They are not they will be constant, but during learning, they are changing always. If metrics are giving a better result, we are going to the same direction. And so there will be auto-learn loss function. So for auto-learn loss function, firstly, we have input. It's enhancing, but we don't see this because it is in the train set, and it is checking with himself or itself, herself. And after that, it's going good. Go in the same direction. If not, change the direction. And if it is not okay, stop affording and stop it. And after that, accept the result and print it. And after we did is, firstly, what we care for visibility, naturalness, and it is okay for our task. We have to check this, and we have to write them in loss function. We have to define everything. And what we had. The left side here, this picture, the raw image, and down some filter. The second one, different model. Here, I just use colorfulness coefficients, but it was constant. It was not auto-learning, and I try to use some punish to green color, especially green and blue, and I wanted to increase the red color, and it looks artificial. It's not okay because it is constant. And I thought, how can I solve this? And after that, when I use auto-learning loss function, we can see here green areas, green lines, red lines. I think it is more natural and more realistic. I hope you are agree with me. And it was a green and red based picture. It is blue and green based picture, especially different type of samples I took. The same. The down just additionally I add filters. Here raw image model. Here colorfulness coefficient. Here is the last metric driven auto learning loss function. And here is the dark. If there is a dark images, what happens? And here you can see the lights are more live. And here what I would like to discuss, metric selection and underwater images quality metrics. These metrics in the literature, it says a lot of articles say that if score is higher, quality is better, but some paper say it is not, because there is a paradox. Also, in my work, I had the same paradox. For example, there are 3 components inside: sharpness, colors, and contrast. if they are in the same direction, image quality is good. But for underwater images, there is a paradox because sign automatically becomes more green, more blue, and everything is green in the same direction. So we lose another colors, and it is not a good quality. There should be some balance. It should be some range. We should increase the range. So in my work, I didn't increase the range. It is the disadvantage of my work, and now I'm going to increase this. What can we do? Subjective protocol. With Dutta, the last presentation, he talked about ITU standards. And with my data set and with his crowdsourcing, we had subjective scores, and with this subjective scores, really, also testers say that these models are better, and we will give one more feedback, and we will increase our quality and metrics adjustments, and we can make better auto learning loss function, and for very future work, real-time testing, I hope we can do this too for robotic systems. And here, I am thinking that we fit with subjective, objective, and QoE sides with this meeting. And thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I would like to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go back to that table that I asked you before. Right? This is again just a suggestion. When you prepare a table like this, it's very important to list at least, I see here, let's take just the first column, right? It says Nike, decreasing, right? What exactly that means?
In the first
column.
In the first column, actually it is from the paper. I just took the table, and in the paper I explained, but no, I thought I will talk enough, but I thought I see no time, a lot of time, and I skip a few places. I am comparing with the raw test set. I measure raw set, and after that FusionNet model.
So you have a Nike score for the raw.
Yes, comparison after using FusionNet, 5.3% decrease against raw sets.
What is decreasing? Nike?
Nike.
Okay. So again, you have the original one.
Yes.
It has a Nike score. You apply FusionNet, and the Nike score is minus 5.3% lower.
Yes.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
It's good because I put in the table down. Down is better. Downside.
I thought Nike is a good quality, right? So it's a quality indicator. It's not a distortion indicator, right?
Naturalness score. If it is 0, it is supernatural. If it, as I remember, its maximum score is 10. 10 is not natural. If we approach 0, it is a good. Also, brisk and pikey, it is the same. But pike can be 102. Sorry, brisk can be 102, pike till 10.
I need to go back to my text, but I had a different recollection, okay? So now I understand. So now you calculate Nike, and you are ranking it based on the biggest reduction. Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Are there any other questions also from the remote participants? Okay, probably no questions. So I think we have something like 20 minutes left, so we can go to the last presentation that is about sharing this data to the public. So I would like to invite Paszek, who is the intern here. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, you can probably share it, or maybe Mateusz can help it. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. And how I will
Hello everyone and welcome. I'm Başak Yaralı and I'm an Erasmus intern here in Quality of Experience team. I'm working with Doğukan Öztürk under supervisor of Professor Mikołaj. So today I will explain our AI-based underwater image enhancement platform. I'm a developer of this platform, and this platform is basically okay. This platform is basically making the users improving their pictures with our AI models, Doğukan Öztürk AI model. Yes, our main goal is, like I said before, make our AI model accessible to many users. And also this platform will help people easily improve their photos. Also, we will collect image metrics for academic research and future studies. The most important, here is the platform features here. And the most important feature is, of course, security and privacy of user data and AI model. We will protect the user data and AI model also as well. AGH secure system architecture. Also, we will keep AI model in AGH CPU. This platform will provide quick image processing and fast response times, and it will allow the users to access the platform easily from anywhere without any photo limitation. And right now, currently, I am developing backend side, and I am very careful about making the platform scalable, because in the future we will have more users, we will have more AI models, so the system has to adapt those changes quickly and easily. And about design, I'm planning to make it modern, simple, responsive, and user-friendly. So when the user click our website, they will understand what is the purpose of our website, and also they will understand how they can use AI model. And also every kind of devices, they will have same experience. Actually, if I go back the first slide, you can see the mock version of our web page. Actually, I created this. I designed this. So in the first page, the first one, you can see the first page actually. And the first here actually is explaining our purpose. What is the web page? It's explaining this. And there's two buttons you can see. It's not so clear, but I'll explain. The first one is the first button is how this work, and also the second button says Go AI. So when the user click how this work, they will understand the steps. They will see the steps, and they will understand how it works. So they're not going to have any problem to use this AI model. And if they click Go AI, they will go exactly this third square, and they can upload their photos there, and finally they will take output pictures. Okay, and this is how the web application works. This is very simple version of right now, because I don't want to put so much details. I don't want to make you guys so much bored. But basically, the users is gonna upload their pictures, and front end will take those pictures and send requests to backend. And in backend, we have some workers. I finished that structure actually, and there's Redis, and I use Redis and Celery for this structure. And those workers have different type of task, but one of and the most important task is calling AI inference service, and actually they are calling AI service, and in the AI service, which is AGH CPU, because we're gonna keep AI models in the AGH CPU, and then after that, from AI service, from GPU, it will send back to backend, and then frontend, and finally, user will download the result. And for this structure, this mechanism, I use job-based structure, and I want to explain this structure to you. And I want to explain at first what is the job-based structure means and why we chose this job-based structure. And job-based structure, you can think like, guys, like a ticket number system in a bank. When you go to bank, you're taking ticket number and you're waiting here for a while. And after that, when your ticket number is called, your process is started. And the system is exactly the same. Of course, so many people at the same time, they will try to upload their photos to the website, but we don't want a frozen web page. We don't want system to crash, like locked. So each uploaded image creates a separate job with its own status. And in this way, we will track the jobs, and it will allow us better monitoring, error handling, and feature improvements. And also, it will allow us to handle multiple users and multiple requests safely. In this way, of course, the website is going to be more scalable and more fast. And thank you for listening, guys. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask, I don't know if you said it, but on what platform your jobs are running? Is it cloud-based or in servers that are here?
Right now, I'm actually still developing there. It's not running anywhere.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you have plan for it?
We will use AGH server for that. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Not question, but for answer, I am in also this project. This project for another researcher especially, we would like, as you see, we have models and we develop some models, and there are different models too. We would like to users can reach our model and can generate images. Who would like to do some research or different type of maybe industrial things, they can directly generate new images with different models. And also we would like to put there some metric scores. They will see output and input scores and for which metrics. If they would like to continue this, they can have a huge data set. They can just upload and take in new images, and it is preparing a good data set. And we would like to support the science. Our first aim is this.
Thank you. Any further questions? I can also ask for the questions from the remote participants. No questions? Okay, so then I think we'll close the Krakow session. Thank you for your presentation. I think we saved something like 10 minutes, but it's good, so nothing is left between us and the lunch. So thank you, and I will pass the voice back to Yanis.
Could you please bring up the schedule? Yes. Thank you, Mikolai, for keeping us on track. So, again, we can break earlier because we don't have anything scheduled for now, unless you feel the other three presentations are looking good for after our lunch. Sorry, yeah, I got confused. So let's scroll a little bit. Yeah, so we'll resume then at 2 local time with IMG, and enjoy the lunch or whatever you are in your time zone. Thank you.